Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The mists of the dead marshes curled like spectral fingers around Marcus Brandybuck's ankles as he made his way through the treacherous landscape. The young hobbit's heart thundered in his chest, each beat a warning drum against the eerie silence that blanketed the ancient battlefield. Bones of the fallen, preserved in the murky waters for countless ages, gleamed beneath the surface like pale jewels in a cursed crown. Marcus hadn't meant to venture this far from the Shire. His wanderlust, unusual for a hobbit, had led him astray from the merchant caravan he'd been traveling with. Now, as the wan light of dusk painted the sky in hues of purple and gray, he found himself drawn to a peculiar glimmer among the reeds of ring, unlike any he'd ever seen, crafted from what appeared to be woven starlight. As his fingers closed around the ring, the world shifted. The boundaries between flesh and shadow, life and death, became as thin as gossamer. Spectral figures emerged from the mist warriors of ages past, their ethereal forms bearing the wounds that had claimed their lives. Yet rather than feeling terror, Marcus felt a strange sense of peace wash over him. The ring had granted him the ability to walk between worlds, to exist in the delicate space where life and death intertwined. His newfound power couldn't have manifested at a more crucial time. A darkness was spreading across Middle-earth, one that transformed the living into shadows of their former selves. Villages fell silent as their inhabitants became wraith-like creatures, neither alive nor dead, trapped in a twilight state of existence. The curse moved like a plague, creeping outward from the far reaches of the north, where the Shadow King sat upon his throne of bone and memory. Marcus's destiny became clear when he encountered Arwen Ghostblade, a spectral warrior who had once been a proud knight of Gondor. "The ring you bear," Arwen explained, his translucent form shimmering in the dim light, "is the ring of twilight, forged in the first age from the tears of dying stars. It marks you as the Twilight Walker, the one prophesied to bridge the gap between worlds and challenge the Shadow King's dominion." Their unlikely alliance grew stronger with the addition of Princess Elara, an elven royal who had sacrificed her immortality for love. She had watched as her beloved, a mortal man, succumbed to the shadow curse, and now sought redemption and a way to break the spell. Her knowledge of ancient elven magic, combined with Marcus's ability to traverse the worlds and Arwen's martial prowess, formed the foundation of their resistance against the spreading darkness. The trio's journey took them through lands both familiar and strange. They crossed the misty mountains, where crystal caves housed colonies of light-bearing moths that guided their way through the darkness. They traversed the ghost wood, where trees whispered secrets of the ancient world and voices that only those touched by death could hear. Each step brought them closer to the Shadow King's fortress, a twisted spire of obsidian and ice that reached toward the stars like a skeletal hand grasping for power. Along the way, they gathered allies from both sides of the veil. Living warriors joined their cause, while spirits of the heroic dead rallied to their banner, drawn by the hope of finally finding peace. Marcus learned to harness the ring's power, discovering that he could temporarily restore substance to spirits and grant the living the ability to perceive the world of shadows. But the Shadow King's power grew stronger with each soul claimed by his curse. The very fabric of reality began to fray as the boundary between life and death weakened. Rivers ran gray with unlife, and forests withered into ghostly reflections of their former glory. Time was running out. The final battle took place in the Shadow King's throne room, a vast chamber where reality itself seemed to bend and twist. The tyrant's true form was revealed, not a creature of darkness as they had expected, but a being of corrupted light, an ancient Maya who had sought to master death itself and had instead become its prisoner. Marcus stood before the Shadow King, the ring of twilight blazing on his finger. The chamber filled with spirits of those claimed by the curse, their forms flickering between shadow and substance. In that moment, the young hobbit understood that his role was not to destroy the Shadow King, but to heal him, to restore the balance that had been broken. Drawing upon the ring's power and his own innate connection to life that all hobbits shared, Marcus reached out across the divide between worlds. The ring of twilight transformed into pure starlight, its essence flowing through the chamber like liquid moonbeams. The Shadow King's corrupted form began to dissolve, not into darkness, but into pure light. As the curse broke, souls trapped between worlds were finally free to choose their path, either to return to life or to journey beyond the veil. Princess Elara was reunited with her beloved, who chose to return to life by her side. Arwen Ghostblade, at peace at last, faded into the light with a smile, his centuries-long vigil finally at an end. The dead marshes transformed, the cursed waters clearing to reveal a memorial pool that reflected the stars above. Those who died there could finally rest, their sacrifices honored and remembered. Marcus returned to the Shire, forever changed by his journey, but content in the knowledge that he had helped restore balance to the world. Yet on quiet nights, when the stars shine particularly bright, it's said that Marcus can still be seen walking between worlds, serving as a guardian of the delicate balance between life and death. For though the Shadow King was defeated, the ring of twilight's power became part of him, a reminder that some boundaries must be respected, while others must be bridged by those with the wisdom and courage to do so. And so the tale of Marcus Brandybuck, the Twilight Walker, became legend whispered around fires in the Shire, sung in the halls of elven kingdoms, and carried on the wind through the dead marshes, where the boundaries between worlds remain thin, and the starlight still dances on the waters like memories of ages past. Story 2. Beyond the shimmering waters of the Sea of Ron, where the stars seemed to dance closer to the earth, Luna Took Green stood transfixed before an impossible sight. Towering stone sentinels, each 3 times the height of the tallest elf, formed a perfect circle around an archway that seemed to be woven from threads of pure moonlight. The young hobbit's green eyes widened as she watched the stone guardians shift ever so slightly, their granite muscles flexing in the dying light of day. The discovery of the dimensional portal had been an accident, a wonderful, terrible accident. Luna had been mapping the unexplored eastern territories for the great library of Rivendell when she stumbled upon the ancient site, its presence obscured for millennia by powerful elvish enchantments that were finally beginning to fade. As twilight approached, the stone sentinels awakened fully, their eyes gleaming with an inner light that matched the shimmer of the portal. They turned their ancient faces toward Luna, not with hostility, but with a solemn recognition that made her heart skip a beat. "Little one," they spoke in unison, their voices like the rumble of mountains. "You arrive as the seals weaken and darkness gathers strength that same night, while Luna made camp beneath the watchful gaze of the sentinels. She witnessed a dark convergence. Hooded figures emerged from the shadows, their robes adorned with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the darkness. The Order of the Eternal Twilight, a secret society of sorcerers who had spent centuries searching for this very portal. Luna watched from behind a weathered pillar as they attempted to breach the circle of sentinels, only to be repelled by ancient magics. But their leader, a figure whose robes seemed to be woven from the very essence of shadow, spoke words that chilled Luna's blood. The alignment approaches. When the three moons converge, we will harness enough power to awaken Morgoth's heir, and this realm will be remade in darkness. The gravity of her discovery led Luna to seek help, and fate brought her two unlikely allies. The first was Garzik the Forsaken, an ORC prince who had rejected his people's violent ways after witnessing a vision of a world consumed by chaos. His massive frame and fearsome appearance belied a gentle wisdom earned through years of self-imposed exile. The second was Lady Celesta, an elven sorceress who had been banished from her people for delving too deeply into forbidden knowledge. Her silver hair held traces of starlight, and her eyes carried the weight of ancient secrets. The portal, she explained to Luna and Garzik, was created by the Valar themselves as a failsafe. Should a power as great as Morgoth ever rise again, it could be banished beyond the walls of reality. Together, they learned of the three elemental crystals that could seal the portal permanently. The Flame of Dawn, hidden in the volcanic depths of the Ash Mountains. The Tear of Twilight, guarded by the merfolk in the depths of the Sea of Ron. And the Heart of Midnight, cached away in the shifting shadows of the Ghost Forest. Their quest became a race against time. The Order of the Eternal Twilight dogged their steps, sending shadows that moved against the light and beasts twisted by dark magics. In the Ash Mountains, Luna's small size proved invaluable as she navigated narrow volcanic passages to reach the Flame of Dawn, while Garzik's strength held back waves of fire wraiths. Beneath the waters of Ron, Lady Celesta's ancient magics allowed them to breathe water like air, but it was Garzik's unexpected gift for song, a deep, rumbling melody that touched the merfolk's hearts that convinced the underwater kingdom to relinquish the Tear of Twilight. The Ghost Forest proved the most challenging, its paths constantly shifting like smoke in the wind. Here, Luna discovered why Lady Celesta had been banished. She was one of the few who knew the truth about the ancient gods, that they were not the infallible beings of legend, but complex entities who had made grave mistakes in their stewardship of Middle-earth. As the three moons began their convergence, the companions returned to the portal with all three crystals, only to find the Order of the Eternal Twilight had already begun their ritual. The air crackled with power as reality itself began to tear, offering a glimpse of a massive, dark figure stirring from eons of slumber. In that moment of crisis, each companion played their part. Garzik's mighty war cry scattered the Order's acolytes, while Lady Celesta engaged their leader in a spectacular duel of sorcery that lit up the night sky with competing magics. Luna, nearly invisible in the chaos, climbed the ancient sentinels to place the crystals in their crown-like settings. As the final crystal clicked into place, the sentinels moved as one, their stone hands weaving patterns in the air that caused the crystals to resonate with pure, cleansing light. The portal flared brilliantly, and for a moment, Luna glimpsed the true form of Morgoth's heir, not a being of pure evil as legend suggested, but a creature of magnificent power that had been corrupted by loneliness and fear. The portal's light intensified until it was brighter than the sun, and when it finally dimmed, the tear in reality had been sealed. The Order of the Eternal Twilight was no more, their powers broken by the same light that had sealed the portal. Lady Celesta, her banishment lifted by her actions, became the portal's primary guardian, while Garzik found acceptance among the free peoples as a respected ambassador between races. Luna returned to the Shire, but not before creating the most detailed maps ever made of the Eastern Territories. On special nights, when the three moons draw close together in the sky, she visits her friends at the portal, where the stone sentinels still stand watch, their eyes now gentle as they greet the little hobbit who helped prevent the unmaking of the world. And if travelers venture far enough east, beyond the Sea of Ron where the stars dance closer to the earth, they might catch a glimpse of an unusual trio sharing tales beneath the moonlight. A hobbit cartographer, an ORC prince, and an elven sorceress, bound together by an adventure that reminded Middle-earth that the greatest magic of all lies not in the power to destroy, but in the courage to protect what is precious. Story 3. The night the star fell to Middle-earth, Thorin Lightfoot's forge blazed with an intensity that turned the humble hobbit's workshop into a beacon visible from every corner of the Shire. The meteorite had crashed through his workshop's roof, landing perfectly in the quenching barrel, sending clouds of steam spiraling into the midnight sky that glowed with an otherworldly blue light. Most hobbits would have run from such strange magic, but Thorin was different. His fingers, calloused from years of metalwork, tingled with anticipation as he lifted the still warm stone from the water. Within its crystalline structure, he could see patterns that reminded him of the ancient dwarvish runes he'd studied in secret, telling stories of power and destiny. Working through the night, guided by an intuition he couldn't explain, Thorin forged the meteorite into a blade. With each strike of his hammer, the metal sang like distant bells, and sparks of starlight danced through the air. When dawn broke, the sword was complete, a masterpiece of silver-blue steel with constellation patterns that shifted along its length like living stars. The blade's power revealed itself when Thorin first tested its edge. As it cut through the morning air, reality itself seemed to ripple, and hidden truths became visible to his eyes. He saw the ancient magic that protected the Shire, witnessed the secret paths the elves used to travel unseen, and glimpsed the shadows of beings that lurked between the worlds. Word of the starforged blade spread quickly, carried by whispers on the wind and dreams in the night. It reached the ears of the Crimson Council, a secret brotherhood of corrupted wizards who had strayed from their original purpose of protecting Middle-earth. In their hidden fortress beneath the lonely mountain, they recognized the sword as the key to awakening something ancient and terrible, a primordial titan imprisoned in the mountain's heart by the first elves. The council sent their agents shadowbinders who could slip through darkness and bend minds to their will. But as they approached the Shire, they were intercepted by an unlikely guardian, Auracsis, a shape-shifting dragon who had spent centuries trying to atone for his role in ancient wars. In his human form, he appeared as a tall figure with golden eyes and silver hair that seemed to catch non-existent light. The blade calls to those who seek redemption, Auracsis explained to Thorin during a midnight meeting. I have watched over the prison of the Titan for millennia, waiting for the one who would forge the key to either its permanent imprisonment or its release, together with a group of elvish wardens led by the mysterious Celia Dawnweaver. Thorin and Auracsis began a journey to the lonely mountain. The sword revealed hidden dangers along their path, ancient traps, concealed enemies, and truths that some would have preferred to remain hidden. It showed them the corruption that had seeped into the hearts of the Crimson Council, turning their noble intentions into twisted ambitions. As they traveled, Thorin learned to harness the blade's power. Each truth it revealed strengthened its magic, and soon he could use it to cut through illusions, reveal hidden doorways, and even glimpse possible futures. But the power came with a price. Each revelation weighed heavily on his mind, showing him both the beauty and horror of the world's deepest truths. Their journey took them through the ancient elvish city of Lumindor, its crystal spires still standing though its people had long since departed. Here, the sword revealed its greatest truth yet. The Titan beneath the mountain was not evil, but a guardian of balance who had been imprisoned by those who feared its power to reveal ultimate truths. The final battle took place in the Titan's prison chamber, deep within the lonely mountain. The Crimson Council had arrived first, beginning a ritual to corrupt the Titan's power for their own purposes. The chamber was vast, its walls covered in runes that glowed with ancient power, and at its center lay a pool of liquid starlight where the Titan slumbered. As the Council's magic reached for the Titan, Thorin raised this starforged blade. Its constellation patterns aligned with the runes on the walls, and suddenly all illusions fell away. The Council members were revealed as they truly were not evil beings, but lost souls who had been corrupted by their fear of truth. The Titan stirred, its form like a living constellation, neither good nor evil, but simply true. Auraxis took his true dragon form, his scales reflecting the light of the sword and the pool, while Celia and her wardens wove spells of binding and revelation. But it was Thorin who struck the decisive blow, not with violence, but with understanding. He plunged the sword into the pool of starlight, completing a circuit of truth that had been broken ages ago. The Titan rose, not to destroy, but to judge. Its power of absolute truth washed over everyone present, forcing them to confront their own nature. The Council members, faced with the truth of their corruption, chose either redemption or oblivion. Auraxis' centuries of atonement were acknowledged, lifting the weight of his past sins. When the light faded, the Titan had become one with the mountain itself, its power of truth now flowing through the roots of Middle-earth like life-giving water. The starforged blade had transformed into a constellation in the night sky, a reminder that truth, while sometimes painful, was a force for healing and balance. Thorin returned to the Shire, his forge now dedicated to creating tools of creation rather than weapons. But on clear nights, when the new constellation shines brightest, the most observant hobbits say they can see him working with metal that glows like starlight, crafting items that sing with the power of truth. And if travelers visit the lonely mountain, they might meet a golden-eyed man or glimpse a silver dragon circling its peaks, still guarding the place where truth and power flow together into the heart of Middle-earth. For some say that the greatest magic isn't in the power to hide or destroy truths, but in the courage to face them and the wisdom to use them wisely. Story 4. In the Grand Library of Rivendell, where ancient tomes whispered secrets to those patient enough to listen, Rosemary took Baggins discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth. Her small hobbit fingers traced the illuminated pages of a forgotten grimoire, its pages seemingly woven from moonlight and shadow, as her eyes widened at the revelation within. High in the misty mountains lay a hidden elven city where time itself was bound in crystalline towers. The manuscript spoke of Chronopolis, a city of master chronomancers who had discovered the art of temporal manipulation. But more importantly, it revealed the existence of the hourglasses of ages, a relic capable of controlling the very fabric of time. The grimoire's pages turned themselves in an unfelt wind as Rosemary read of how the city had been sealed away when shadow creatures emerged from temporal rifts, threatening to unravel the careful weave of past and present. Her scholarly reverie was interrupted by a commotion in the library's eastern wing. Dark shapes moved against the eternal twilight of the elven sanctuary, and the air grew thick with an unnatural chill. The shadow creatures had returned, drawn perhaps by the very knowledge of their existence being uncovered. In the chaos that followed, Rosemary found unlikely allies. First came Theron Shadowbane, a human knight whose armor bore the marks of an ancient curse. Time moved strangely around him. Sometimes his movements were blur-fast, other times glacially slow. "The curse is my burden," he explained, his voice echoing as if from different moments at once. "But perhaps it is also why I was meant to find you." They were joined by Lyra Swiftshadow. an elven archer whose silver hair was streaked with strands of midnight black. She had abandoned her people centuries ago when they refused to acknowledge the growing temporal disturbances. The elders chose to ignore the signs, she said, arrow knocked against encroaching shadows, but some of us remembered the old warnings. Together, they began a perilous journey into the highest reaches of the misty mountains. The path was treacherous not only for its steep cliffs and treacherous ice, but for the temporal anomalies that plagued their ascent. They encountered places where time flowed backward, spots where moments repeated endlessly, and rifts through which they glimpsed possible futures and forgotten pasts. Their quest nearly ended in disaster when they stumbled upon a temporal sink, a place where time itself drained away into nothingness. But Rosemary's quick thinking and her knowledge from the grimoire saved them. By reciting an ancient elvish verse in reverse, she created a bubble of stable time around them, allowing passage through the temporal wasteland. As they climbed higher, signs of Chronopolis began to appear, shattered crystals that still hummed with temporal energy, weathered statues of elven timekeepers frozen in poses of eternal vigilance, and fragments of architecture that seemed to exist in multiple moments simultaneously. But they weren't alone in their search. Shadow creatures, more numerous and powerful than before, dogged their steps, their forms shifting between past and future versions of themselves. The city itself, when they finally found it, took Rosemary's breath away. Crystalline spires rose like frozen time itself, their surfaces reflecting not just light but moments scenes from the past and future, swirling across their faceted surfaces. At the city's heart stood the Chronodome, a vast chamber where the hourglass of ages hung suspended in a matrix of pure temporal energy. But reaching the hourglass proved to be only the beginning of their challenge. The shadow creatures launched their final assault, led by a being that called itself the Time Weaver, a creature that had once been an elven chronomancer before being corrupted by temporal power. It sought to shatter the hourglass, believing that only in the chaos of unbound time could true freedom be found. The battle that followed was unlike any in the histories of Middle-earth. Theron's cursed armor proved to be a blessing, allowing him to match the Time Weaver's temporal manipulations. Lyra's arrows flew through rifts in time, striking shadows moments before they formed. And Rosemary, drawing upon the grimoire's knowledge, began an ancient ritual to stabilize the fracturing time stream. In the end, it wasn't force of arms that won the day, but understanding. Rosemary realized that the hourglass wasn't meant to control time, but to protect it. Using the grimoire's teachings, she helped the Time Weaver see the truth that true freedom came not from destroying time's bonds, but from accepting one's place within its flow. As the shadow creatures retreated and the temporal rifts began to heal, Chronopolis stirred from its long slumber. The surviving chronomancers, preserved in moments of suspended time, awakened to help restore the city's temporal wards. Theron's curse was revealed to be a blessing in disguise. He had been chosen by time itself to serve as a guardian of its flow. Lyra found her place among the chronomancers, her understanding of both shadow and light, making her ideal for maintaining the balance of temporal energies. And Rosemary? She returned to Rivendell's library, but not before being named a timekeeper by the restored Council of Chronopolis. The grimoire, she discovered, had been meant for her. All along its pages now revealed new secrets about the nature of time and its relationship to the stories that shaped Middle-earth. On quiet evenings in the Shire, she can sometimes be found telling tales of her adventures to wide-eyed Hobbit children. And if her listeners pay close attention, they might notice how time seems to flow differently around her, as if the moments themselves were waiting to hear how the story ends. For in Middle-earth, where magic weaves through the very fabric of reality, time is not just a river flowing from past to future. but a tapestry of moments waiting to be understood by those brave enough, or perhaps curious enough to read between its threads. Story 5. Deep in the shadowed forest of Bree, where ancient trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, Finian Dawnlight discovered a door that shouldn't have existed. Carved into the heart of a massive oak tree, its surface was etched with runes that seemed to pulse with an inner light, casting dancing shadows on the moss-covered ground. For a hobbit who had spent most of his life studying the old stories and dusty corners of Michel Delving's archives, the discovery was irresistible. The runes spoke of a realm beneath the earth, a vast network of chambers and halls where the dwarves of old had built wonders that defied imagination. But it was the final line of the inscription that made Finian's heart race. Herein lies the crucible of dawn, where the last egg of the great phoenix slumbers in eternal flame as his fingers traced the ancient symbols. The door responded to his touch, swinging open with a sound like distant thunder. The passage beyond descended into darkness, but with each step Finian took, crystal formations in the walls began to glow with a warm golden light, as if welcoming him home. He might have explored further that day, had a haunting screech not echoed through the tunnel, followed by the sound of wings too large to be any natural bird. The noise sent him scrambling back to the surface, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid being seen by the creature's master, Moira Nightweaver, a sorceress whose once noble pursuit of knowledge had twisted into an obsession with power. That night, as Finian huddled in his small hobbit hole, considering what to do, a knock at his door revealed unexpected allies. First came Thorin Stoneheart, leader of a band of exiled dwarven warriors who had been searching for their lost homeland. Their armor was battle-worn but gleaming, each piece telling the story of a people who refused to be forgotten. "We've tracked the Nightweaver for months," Thorin explained, his deep voice resonating with urgency. "She seeks the phoenix egg to corrupt its power of rebirth, to create an army that can neither die nor truly live. With him was Gandalf the Grey, though not as Finian had ever seen him described in stories. The wizard's eyes held a shadow of grief, and his normally pristine robes were travel-stained. I have failed once before to stop her," he confessed, leaning heavily on his staff. "The cost of that failure weighs heavily on my heart." Together, they formed an unlikely fellowship, a knowledge-seeking hobbit, a company of homeless dwarves, and a wizard carrying the burden of past mistakes. They descended into the underground realm, following paths that had not felt the touch of living feet for centuries. The journey through the ancient dwarven kingdom revealed wonders and terrors in equal measure. They passed through great halls where crystal gardens grew in geometric perfection, their facets reflecting light in impossible patterns. They navigated chambers where the very air was thick with ancient magics, and crossed bridges spanning chasms so deep that their bottoms were lost in shadow. But they were not alone in their quest. The Nightweaver's servants, corrupted creatures that were neither alive nor dead, stalked them through the darkness. Each encounter tested not only their strength, but their resolve. For these beings had once been noble creatures before the sorceress's dark magic transformed them. The Fellowship's greatest challenge came when they discovered the true nature of their quest. The phoenix egg wasn't just the last of its kind, it was the keystone of an ancient balance. The dwarves of old had built their kingdom around it, using its power of perpetual renewal to create wonders that would never fade. But that same power in the wrong hands could be twisted to prevent the natural cycle of life and death itself. Their final confrontation with the Nightweaver took place in the Crucible of Dawn itself, a vast chamber whose walls were lined with mirrors of polished gold, each reflecting and amplifying the eternal flame that burned at its center. There, suspended in a column of fire, floated the phoenix egg, its shell swirling with colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. As Thorin's warriors engaged the Nightweaver's corrupted servants, and Gandalf dueled with dark magic that threatened to shake the very foundations of the earth, Finian found himself in a position that no story had prepared him for. Drawing upon his knowledge of ancient lore and his innate hobbit wisdom, he realized that the egg didn't need to be protected, it needed to be awakened. Using the golden mirrors to focus the eternal flame, and reciting words of power he had discovered in his studies, Finian initiated a ritual that had not been performed since the First Age. The egg began to pulse with light, and from it emerged not one phoenix, but many spirits of renewal that had been waiting for the right moment to return to the world. The Nightweaver's power, built on the corruption of natural forces, could not withstand the pure energy of rebirth. Her magic was unmade, not by violence, but by the simple truth that life must flow in its proper cycles. Her corrupted servants were restored to their true forms, though the memory of their time in darkness would remain as a warning against the price of seeking power at any cost. In the aftermath, the ancient dwarven kingdom was reborn. The phoenixes took up residence in its halls, their presence ensuring that the wonders of old would never again be lost to time. Thorin and his people found their home again, becoming guardians of both the physical realm and its deeper mysteries. Gandalf departed with a lighter heart, knowing that some failures could lead to greater successes when wisdom was learned from them. And Finian? He returned to the Shire, but not as the same hobbit who had left it. He became a keeper of stories, teaching future generations that the greatest adventures often begin with a simple desire to learn. On quiet evenings, if one passes by his hobbit hole, they might hear him teaching young ones about the phoenix eggs that now nest in the restored kingdom beneath the earth. And sometimes, when the light catches the crystal he wears around his neck, a gift from the dwarves, it seems to glow with an inner fire, as if containing a small piece of the eternal flame itself. Story 6. The ancient elven palace of Lumendor stood like a forgotten dream among the mist-shrouded peaks of the White Mountains. Its once gleaming spires now were mantles of ivy, and its marble corridors echoed with nothing but the whispers of time. It was here, in this realm of faded glory, that Primula Took's destiny awaited her, though she knew it not as she traced her small hobbit fingers along the weathered walls. The young hobbit had always been different from her kin in the Shire. While others dreamed of warm hearths and second breakfasts, Primula's dreams were filled with ancient songs and distant horizons. Her curly auburn hair and bright green eyes marked her as pretty by hobbit standards, but it was the fierce curiosity in those eyes that truly set her apart. Standing barely 3.5 feet tall in her worn traveling boots, Primula hadn't meant to venture this far from the Shire. But when she'd heard tales of the lost elven palace from a wandering wizard who'd stopped at the Green Dragon Inn, something deep within her stirred, like the first notes of an ancient song remembered. The palace corridors twisted like a labyrinth, each turn revealing new wonders, fountains frozen in mid-spray, tapestries that still held their color after centuries of abandonment, and statues of elven warriors whose eyes seemed to follow her movement. But it was the door of moonsilver that finally stopped her in her tracks. Unlike the rest of the palace, no dust dared settle on its gleaming surface, and intricate runes danced along its frame like living things. Showcases what was, what is, and what may be, Primula read aloud, her voice barely a whisper in the stillness. The ancient elvish words seemed to glow as she spoke them, and the door swung open with the sound of a long-held breath being released. Inside, bathed in light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere, stood the mirror of 1,000 years. Its frame was crafted from a metal that shimmered between silver and gold, twisted into patterns that told stories Primula could almost, but not quite, understand. The mirror's surface rippled like water kissed by a summer breeze. As Primula gazed into its depths, the mirror's surface began to change. She saw visions of the past, the palace in its glory, filled with the light of the Eldar and the music of their songs. She witnessed great councils where elves, dwarves, and men once gathered in harmony. But then the visions shifted, showing her glimpses of a terrible future. Mountains cracking open like eggshells, cities crumbling to dust, and at the heart of it all, a being of such immense power and malevolence that Primula felt her heart might stop from merely glimpsing it. The Titan, a primordial force that had slumbered beneath the misty mountains since the First Age, when a great hero had sealed it away with sacrificial magic. Now, after millennia of dreams dark as the deep places of the earth, it was stirring. The mirror showed her more, a dwarf working at a forge of blue flame, hammering cursed metal with tears streaming down his face. His name was Thorin Solforge, and he had bound his own fate to his creations, seeking perfection at a terrible cost. Then she saw an elven woman with starlight in her hair, choosing to embrace mortality for reasons the mirror kept secret. She was called Arenelle, the Twilight Chosen, last of the Starburn Elves. Finally, the mirror revealed a simple hobbit farmer with earth-stained hands and eyes that held the weight of ancient memories. His name was Bilbo Deeproot, and in his soul flickered the reborn spark of the hero who had first imprisoned the Titan. The mirror's surface suddenly cleared, and Primula found herself staring at her own reflection, but changed somehow. She looked older, wiser, with a light in her eyes that spoke of both knowledge and sorrow. The weight of what she had seen pressed upon her like a physical thing. She had to leave, had to warn someone. But who would believe a hobbit's tales of ancient mirrors and sleeping titans? The answer came in another ripple of the mirror's surface. The White Council still existed, though much diminished from its former glory, and they would listen. Gathering her courage, Primula began the long journey to Rivendell, where the last members of the White Council still gathered. Along the way, fate, or perhaps something more deliberate, brought her into contact with each of the three she had seen in the mirror. First came Thorin Solforge, whom she found in a hidden forge beneath the misty mountains. The dwarf's magnificent beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes held a haunted look that spoke of sleepless nights spent hammering metal and regret into impossibly beautiful forms. When Primula spoke of what she had seen in the mirror, he nodded grimly, as if finally understanding the purpose of his curse. Next, they encountered Arenelle the Twilight Chosen, who had been wandering the borders of Mirkwood, seeking a purpose to match her sacrifice. The former elf's grace remained, though now tempered with a mortal's urgency and fire. She recognized the truth in Primula's words, for she had felt the earth's disquiet in her bones. Finally, in a small farm just outside of Bree, they found Bilbo Deeproot. He was the hardest to convince, for the memories of his past life lay buried deep beneath simple hobbit contentment. But when Primula showed him an ancient ring she had found in the elven palace, one that the mirror had urged her to take, something awakened in his eyes, and the simple farmer began to remember who he had once been. Together, this unlikely company made their way to Rivendell, where the remaining members of the White Council received them with a mixture of skepticism and growing alarm. Lord Elrond himself confirmed what the mirror had shown. The Titan was indeed stirring, and if it fully awakened, all of Middle-earth would feel its wrath. But the mirror had shown Primula more than just the threat. It had shown her the solution. Each of her companions held a piece of the puzzle. Thorin's cursed creations could bind the Titan's power. Arenelle's choice to embrace mortality had given her unique insights into the boundaries between different states of being. And Bilbo's reborn soul carried the knowledge of how the Titan had been imprisoned before. As for Primula herself, the mirror had chosen her for a reason. Her ability to see both past and future would guide them true, helping them avoid the many paths that led to failure. The mirror had shown her those paths too, futures where they moved too slowly, trusted the wrong allies, or failed to understand the true nature of their own powers. Now, as she stood before the White Council with her unlikely companions at her side, Primula felt the weight of all those possible futures pressing down upon her. But she also felt something else, hope, bright and sharp as mithril. For the mirror had shown her one more thing, a single possible future where they succeeded, where the Titan was returned to its slumber and the world was saved. The path to that future would be long and filled with dangers the mirror hadn't fully revealed. But as Primula looked at her companions, the cursed dwarf seeking redemption, the mortal elf searching for purpose, and the simple hobbit carrying a hero's soul, she knew they would face whatever came together. For sometimes the greatest stories begin with the smallest of people finding the courage to step beyond their doors, and the wisest of councils learning to listen to unlikely messengers. And sometimes, just sometimes, the fate of the world depends not on great armies or powerful wizards, but on a hobbit brave enough to look into a mirror and accept what she sees there. The journey ahead would test them all, but that is a tale for another time. Story 7. The night of the Midsummer Festival in the Shire had always been magical, but none could have predicted the wonder and terror that would unfold when the stars began to fall. They came down like silver tears from the velvet sky, each one carrying ancient magic that would forever change the peaceful realm of hobbits. Meriadoc Tealeaf stood in his beloved garden, where ordinarily the most magical thing to be found was the way his prize-winning tomatoes seemed to grow larger than any others in Hobbiton. He was a simple hobbit with soil-stained hands and laugh lines around his eyes, more concerned with the proper timing for planting strawberries than with the great matters of the world. But as the starlight rained down around him, one particular star no larger than a dewdrop but brighter than any diamond landed softly upon his upturned face. The moment it touched his skin, the world changed. The quiet whispers of his garden burst into a symphony of voices, not just the rustling of leaves and chirping of crickets, but actual voices singing songs of growth and decay, of sunlight and shadow, of birth and death. But above all these earthly voices, he heard something else, the fading chorus of the stars themselves, singing their last laments as they slowly dimmed in the heavens. He wasn't alone in receiving such a gift. Across the Shire, other hobbits were touched by falling stars, each receiving different abilities. Ruby Brandybuck found she could weave light between her fingers like threads of silk. Young Pippin Proudfoot discovered he could speak with the wind, learning secrets carried from distant lands. And elderly Marigold Hornblower, much to her surprise, found she could see the memories of objects simply by touching them. But it was Meriadoc who first understood the terrible truth behind these gifts. The stars were dying, their ancient light fading from the sky, and with them, all the magic that had ever existed in Middle-earth was beginning to unravel. The songs he heard were songs of farewell, of an ending as profound as the beginning of time itself. Driven by this knowledge, Meriadoc gathered the other star-touched hobbits. In his garden, now glowing with an ethereal light from the plants that had been touched by starfall, they held council. Ruby wove curtains of starlight around them for privacy, while Pippin's winds brought them news of strange happenings throughout the land, fountains running dry in Rivendell, the great Malorn trees of Lothlorien beginning to fade, and the ancient stones of Minas Tirith turning to dust. "The magic is leaving," Meriadoc explained, his voice heavy with the weight of stellar songs. "And if we don't find a way to heal the stars, all that was built with magic in Middle-earth will crumble." Through Marigold's gift, they learned of an ancient legend. When she touched a particularly old book in the Hobbiton library, she saw visions of the ethereal realm, a place between places where the first elves had learned the songs that lit the stars. If any hope remained, it would be found there, and so began an unlikely quest. 5 hobbits, led by a gardener who could hear the songs of stars, set out from the Shire. They traveled east, following the whispers Meriadoc heard in the night sky. Along the way, they discovered that others had been touched by the falling stars as well. A dwarf who could forge starlight into solid forms joined their company, as did an elf child who had gained the ability to walk in dreams. Their journey took them through lands both beautiful and perilous. In the old forest, Ruby's woven light saved them from the malevolent trees that sought to entrap them. Among the Barrow Downs, Pippin's winds guided them safely through the fog, while whispering warnings of the wights that lurked in the shadows. When they reached the ruins of Weathertop, Marigold's touch revealed the secret paths the ancient kings had used to reach the ethereal realm. But their greatest challenge came from within their own company. One of them, and none knew who, was unknowingly causing the stars to fade faster. The power they had received was acting like a lodestone, drawing away the light of the heavens. Each time they used their gifts, more stars winked out above them. As they traveled, Meriadoc noticed that the songs of the stars grew fainter with each passing night. The urgency of their quest grew, even as their path became more dangerous. They crossed the misty mountains through ancient dwarf tunnels that glowed with forgotten magics. They passed through Mirkwood, where the great spiders had begun to spin webs of darkness rather than silk. Finally, they reached the east, where the mountains touched the sky itself. There, in a valley that existed half in this world and half in dream, they found the gateway to the ethereal realm. It was an arch made of pure starlight, maintained by the last of the high elves who had remained in Middle-earth. The elven guardians of the gateway revealed the final truth. To save the stars, one of the star-touched would have to give up their gift, returning it to the heavens as a seed from which new stars could grow. But this sacrifice would come at a great cost. Whoever gave up their gift would also give up all memory of magic, returning to the simple life they had known before. As his companions argued about who should make the sacrifice, Meriadoc quietly stepped forward. He had heard in the stars' song that it must be him, the one who could hear their voices would be the one to restore them. Before anyone could stop him, he stepped through the gateway. In the ethereal realm, Meriadoc found himself surrounded by the very essence of starlight. Here, he could see the great pattern of all things, the intricate dance of light and shadow that maintained the balance of the world. With tears in his eyes, he released his gift, sending it spiraling upward into the infinite vault of heaven. The effect was immediate and wondrous. From that single spark, new stars began to bloom across the sky like flowers in a spring meadow. The magic of Middle-earth, which had been fading, surged back to life. In Rivendell, the fountains began to flow again. In Lothlorien, the Malorn trees regained their golden luster. The ancient stones of Minas Tirith grew strong once more. Meriadoc returned to the Shire with no memory of his great deed. He went back to his garden, content with his tomatoes and strawberries, never knowing that the stars he smiled up at each night were there because of him. But sometimes on very quiet evenings, when the stars were particularly bright, his plants would seem to sing softly to themselves, and for just a moment, he would feel a familiar warmth on his face, like the touch of a falling star. The other star-touched hobbits kept their gifts, using them quietly to protect and nurture the Shire. They never spoke of their adventure to Meriadoc, honoring his sacrifice by watching over him from afar. And on clear nights, when the stars blazed particularly bright, they would gather in Meridoc's garden, sitting in comfortable silence as Ruby wove starlight into crowns and Pippin's winds carried the distant songs of the renewed heavens. For in the end, the greatest magic was not in the gifts they had received, but in the willingness to give them up for the good of all. And though Meriadoc never remembered his role in saving the stars, his garden remained the most vibrant in all the Shire, as if the stars themselves were tending it alongside him. Story 8. Beyond the rolling hills of the Shire, where the shadows of the lonely mountain touched the edge of twilight, there existed a secret order of hobbits whose sacred duties stretched back to the First Age. They were the Twilight Guardians, keepers of the mystical portals that connected the various realms of Middle-earth. While most hobbits concerned themselves with gardening and second breakfast, these chosen few dedicated their lives to maintaining the delicate balance between worlds. Frodo Greenleaf was the youngest apprentice ever inducted into the order, his emerald eyes holding a wisdom far beyond his 33 years. Under the tutelage of Master Aldrich Oldoak, he had spent 5 years learning the ancient arts of portal keeping, the whispered incantations that could seal rifts between worlds, the sacred runes that maintained the boundaries between realms, and the secret histories that no others remembered. The night everything changed was deceptively ordinary. Frodo was practicing his rune writing in the hidden chamber beneath the great oak tree that served as the Order's headquarters when he heard the sound of breaking glass from Master Oldoak's private study. The noise itself wasn't unusual. His mentor often worked with delicate magical artifacts. But the silence that followed made Frodo's heart skip a beat. Creeping up the twisted staircase, Frodo saw something that would haunt him forever. Master Oldoak standing before the guild's most sacred artifact, the ethereal compass, its crystalline surface now webbed with dark veins of corruption. In his mentor's hands gleamed the Shadowstone, a forbidden relic that the Order had sworn to keep sealed away. The ancient Hobbit's eyes, usually twinkling with kindness, now burned with an unnatural purple flame. "Master?" Frodo's voice quavered. "What have you done?" Oldoak turned, his face twisted into an unfamiliar smile. "Ah, my young apprentice, you're just in time to witness the beginning of a new age. The portals were never meant to be closed. They were meant to be thrown wide open." Before Frodo could react, his master began chanting in an ancient tongue that made the very air crackle with dark energy. The ethereal compass shattered, its pieces scattering across the wooden floor like tears of light. Frodo did the only thing he could think of. He grabbed the guild's most sacred tome, the Grimoire of Gateways, and fled into the night. With his heart pounding and the precious book clutched to his chest, Frodo ran until he reached the edges of the dark forest, a place most hobbits avoided. But he knew something they didn't. Beyond those shadowy trees lived a community that could help him, though the very thought made him tremble. The Twilight Valley was home to a clan of peaceful ORCs who had abandoned their warlike ways centuries ago. Their leader, an elderly ORC named Grishnek the Wise, had long maintained a secret alliance with the Twilight Guardians, though few in the Order knew of it. As Frodo approached their settlement, he was struck by how different it was from the horror stories he'd heard about ORC camps. Gardens of glowing mushrooms lined carefully tended paths, and the homes were built in harmony with the ancient trees. Grishnek received Frodo in a chamber whose walls were covered in paintings depicting a history Frodo had never known. ORCs and elves working together to create the first portals before the great sundering that had divided their peoples. The old ORC's eyes widened as Frodo recounted what he had witnessed. "The Shadowstone," Grishnek whispered, his voice like grinding granite. "We warned your Order about its power centuries ago. It doesn't just corrupt the body. It corrupts truth itself. Your master has been deceived by its whispers." With trembling fingers, Frodo opened the grimoire. Together, he and Grishnek discovered something shocking. The portals weren't just doorways between physical realms. They were anchor points that maintained the very fabric of reality. If all were opened at once, as Master Oldok intended, the boundaries between worlds would collapse entirely. But the grimoire held another secret, one that the ORCs had kept hidden in their own histories. The portals had not been created by the elves alone, as the Order believed. They were the product of an ancient collaboration between all races: elven wisdom, dwarven crafting, ORC strength, and Hobbit heart. Only by reuniting these elements could the portals be properly sealed or controlled. Grishnak gathered his clan's warriors not to fight, but to protect. Among them was his granddaughter, Osca, whose knowledge of portal lore rivaled Frodo's own. Together, they formed an unlikely alliance, Hobbits and ORCs, united by a common purpose. They weren't a moment too soon. Across Middle-earth, portals were beginning to fluctuate wildly. In distant lands, creatures of shadow slipped through cracks in reality. The corruption of the Shadowstone spread like poison through the network of gateways, turning their once pure light into twisted shadows. As they raced to seal the portals one by one, Frodo and Osca discovered that their combined knowledge created something new. His understanding of the guidebook's runes and her ancestral memory of ORC portal crafting complemented each other perfectly. At each gateway, they would work in tandem, Frodo reading the ancient seals while Osca channeled the raw power needed to strengthen them. But Master Oldok was always one step ahead, the Shadowstone's power growing with each portal he corrupted. The chase led them across Middle-earth, through the glittering caves of Moria, across the mist-shrouded peaks of the Misty Mountains, and finally to the oldest portal of all, hidden in the heart of the Lonely Mountain. There, in a chamber older than the kingdoms of elves or men, the final confrontation took place. Master Oldok, now barely recognizable, stood before a portal large enough to swallow the mountain itself. Beyond its surface, shapes of nightmare writhed and reached. The boundaries between worlds are mere illusions, Oldok declared, his voice echoing with power that was not his own. I will tear them all down. But Frodo had learned something in his journey with the ORCs. The true power of the portals lay not in controlling them, but in understanding why they existed in the first place. They were not meant to be barriers, but bridges created by all races working together in harmony. Standing with Osca, their hands clasped in unity, Frodo began to recite not a spell of sealing, but a song of renewal, one that combined the ancient verses from his order with the proud chants of the ORCs. Other voices joined them. Dwarves emerged from hidden passages, drawn by the sound of their own ancient songs. Elven voices echoed from the shadows, carrying the harmony of the First Age. The Shadowstone's power faltered before this chorus of unity. Master Oldok, for a brief moment, became himself again. In that instant of clarity, he saw what he had nearly destroyed, not just the barriers between worlds, but the very thing that made each world unique and precious. With a cry of anguish and understanding, he hurled the Shadowstone into the great portal. There was a flash of light that seemed to contain all the colors of dawn and dusk combined, and then silence. The portal remained, but changed, no longer a door to other realms, but a window through which the beauty of all worlds could be glimpsed, but never violated. In the years that followed, the Twilight Guardians were reformed. No longer a secret order of hobbits alone, but a coalition of all races working together to maintain the harmony between realms. Frodo and Osca became its first joint leaders, proving that the greatest magic of all lay not in the power to separate worlds, but in the wisdom to build bridges between them. And if travelers in the dark forest sometimes glimpse hobbits and ORCs sharing a meal beneath the stars, or hear songs that blend the ancient languages of all peoples into one harmony. They are witnessing the true guardians of Middle-earth's peace, those who understand that every boundary can also be a beginning. Story 9. Deep within the ancient dwarven city of Moria, where shadows danced with forgotten memories, and the echoes of hammers still rang through time-worn halls, young Rosie Baggins found herself where no hobbit had ventured in over an age. The great forges of the dwarven kingdom lay silent now, their mighty fires long extinguished, but something had called her here, a whisper that seemed to come from the very stones themselves. Rosie wasn't like other hobbits. While they preferred the comfort of their hobbit holes and the predictability of the Shire, she had inherited her Uncle Bilbo's wanderlust along with his maps and journals. Her honey-colored curls were often dusty from exploration, and her bright hazel eyes held a spark of adventure that made other hobbits shake their heads in disapproval. As she crept through the vast chambers, her small lantern casting dancing shadows on walls carved with intricate runes, she noticed something peculiar. The air grew warmer, not cooler, as she descended deeper into the mountain's heart. Following the heat like a thread through a maze, she found herself in a chamber unlike any other. The ceiling soared so high it was lost in darkness, and at its center stood an anvil of pure mithril, glowing with a faint inner light. But it was what rested upon the anvil that made Rosie's breath catch in her throat, an egg the size of a melon, carved from pure jade and threaded with veins of gold that pulsed with her own heartbeat. "The last dragon egg," she whispered, the words escaping unbidden. The stories her uncle had told her rushed back tales of the great jade dragons that had once been allies of the dwarves before darkness came to Middle-earth. They had been different from their fire-breathing kin, creatures of wisdom and healing rather than destruction. As her fingers touched the smooth surface of the egg, warmth flooded through her entire body, and visions flashed before her eyes. A great dragon with scales like polished jade soaring through morning mist. Dwarven kings and dragon elders in council. A darkness spreading across the land. And finally, a single egg hidden away as its kin fell one by one to shadow and flame. The visions were interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. A group of dwarves emerged from the shadows, led by a figure whose beard was adorned with rings of gold and whose eyes blazed with barely contained fury. King Thorin Stonehelm, ruler of the restored kingdom of Moria, had found her. "Step away from the egg, halfling," he growled, his voice echoing off the ancient stones. "That artifact belongs to the dwarven kingdom," but as Rosie tried to back away, the egg began to glow brighter, its golden veins pulsing in time with her racing heart. A crack appeared across its surface, then another and another. The chamber fell silent as all watched in wonder. From within the egg emerged a creature of legend, a dragon hatchling with scales like polished jade and eyes of molten gold. It was no larger than a cat, but its presence filled the vast chamber with an ancient power that made even the dwarven king step back in awe. The little dragon spread its wings, each translucent membrane catching the light like stained glass, and launched itself directly into Rosie's arms. An immediate bond formed between them, a connection of heart and mind that transcended speech. Through this bond, Rosie learned the truth. The jade dragons hadn't merely been allies of the dwarves, they had been the guardians of an ancient prophecy. A time would come when darkness would return to Middle-earth, not with armies and fire as before, but with subtle corruption that would turn hearts from light to shadow. Only the combined power of dragon wisdom and hobbit innocence could prevent this darkness from taking root. But King Thorin was not easily convinced. "The egg was hidden here by our ancestors," he insisted. "It belongs to the dwarven people." Yet as he spoke, the young dragon reached out with its ancient magic, touching the minds of all present. They saw what it had shown Rosie the full prophecy and the true purpose of the jade dragons. They were meant to be bridges between peoples, not possessions of any one race. Unexpected allies emerged from the shadows, an elven scholar named Celebrindle, who had been secretly studying the dwarven archives, and a group of rebels led by the king's own daughter, Princess Dis, who had long believed that her father's possessive policies would lead their kingdom to ruin. Together, they formed an unlikely council, a hobbit with a dragon, a dwarven princess, and an elven scholar. Each brought their own wisdom to bear on the prophecy. The elven scholar could read the ancient texts that spoke of the coming darkness. The dwarven princess knew the secret ways through which this darkness was already seeping into their kingdom. And Rosie, with her hobbit's heart and dragon companion, could see the simple truths that greater minds often overlooked. As the young dragon grew, so did the bond between Rosie and her companions. They traveled the hidden ways of Moria, seeking out pockets of corruption and healing them with the dragon's jade fire, not a fire that burned, but one that cleansed and renewed. King Thorin, watching his daughter work alongside a hobbit and an elf, began to remember the old stories his grandmother had told him, tales of a time when the dwarven kingdoms were not isolated fortresses, but centers of collaboration between all free peoples of Middle-earth. The jade dragons had been symbols of that unity, before pride and fear had driven the peoples apart. The darkness they fought was subtle indeed, not armies of ORCs or armies of darkness, but the shadows that grew in hearts turned inward, greed, suspicion, and the fear of those different from oneself. The jade dragon's power lay not in combat, but in healing these spiritual wounds, breathing light into darkness and trust into fear. As word spread of the last jade dragon and its hobbit companion, others came seeking help. Men of Gondor struggling with ancient grudges, elves whose immortal hearts had grown weary with the world's changes, and even other hobbits, drawn out of the Shire by dreams of a greater purpose. The dragon grew quickly, as magical creatures do, soon large enough to carry Rosie through the skies above Middle-earth. Together, they became bridge builders, using the dragon's wisdom and Rosie's simple hobbit sense to help the free peoples remember their common bonds. King Thorin eventually transformed his kingdom as well, reopening the ancient halls of Moria not just to dwarves, but to all who sought knowledge and cooperation. The forges burned again, but now they crafted tokens of unity rather than weapons of war. And so, it was that the last jade dragon fulfilled its prophecy, not through great battles or displays of power, but through the quiet magic of bringing people together. Rosie often thought that this was the greatest adventure of all, not fighting against darkness, but kindling light in others' hearts. Years later, young hobbits gathering in the evening would beg to hear tales of Rosie Baggins and her jade dragon. They would listen in wonder to stories of underground kingdoms and ancient prophecies of darkness overcome not by force, but by friendship. And sometimes on quiet evenings, they would see a flash of jade in the sky and know that somewhere above them, a hobbit and her dragon were still working their simple magic, healing the world one heart at a time. Story 10. In the depths of Mirkwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the darkness and shadows danced with a life of their own, Thorin Smallfoot discovered something that should have remained forgotten. The young hobbit had wandered far from the safety of the Shire, drawn by tales of the old forest and its mysteries. But what he found beneath the twisted roots of an age-old oak would change not only his fate, but that of all Middle-earth. The crown lay half buried in the dark soil, its black metal seeming to absorb what little light filtered through the dense canopy above. Elvish runes traced its surface, glowing with a faint purple luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. As Thorin's fingers brushed against the cold metal, whispers filled his mind, promises of power, of the ability to protect his people from the growing dangers that threatened the peaceful Shire. He was not a typical hobbit. While others of his kind preferred the comforts of home, Thorin had always felt the call of adventure in his blood. His dark curls and weathered face spoke of many days spent wandering the wilderness, and his green eyes held a wisdom earned through countless encounters with the world beyond the Shire's borders. The crown seemed to fit his head perfectly, though it had clearly been crafted for elvish royalty. The moment it settled on his brow, Thorin felt its power course through him. Shadows bent to his will, and he could see in the darkest night as clearly as noon. But with each passing day, he noticed subtle changes, his reflection growing darker, his dreams filled with whispers of ancient battles and forgotten kingdoms. Word reached the Shire of trouble brewing in the north. A horde of mountain trolls had descended from their high caves, raiding and destroying everything in their path. They were moving south, their path taking them directly toward the peaceful Hobbit lands. The other hobbits began to panic, for they had no warriors among them, no defenses against such monsters. Thorin knew this was his chance to prove the crown's worth. Standing before the council of elders in Hobbiton, he demonstrated his newfound powers, commanding shadows to dance and take shape. Many were frightened, but none could deny that he might be their only hope against the approaching threat. But as Thorin prepared the Shire's defenses, he encountered an unlikely ally, a young troll named Grunk, who had fled from his own people. Unlike his brutish kin, Grunk possessed an ancient wisdom passed down through secret troll lore. Upon seeing the crown upon Thorin's head, the troll's eyes widened with recognition and fear. That crown, Grunk rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. It belonged to the Shadow King of the First Age. It was not meant for mortal heads. Each time you use its power, it pulls you further into the realm of shadows. Indeed, Thorin had begun to notice that shadows clung to him, even in bright sunlight, and his reflection had started to show a figure wreathed in darkness. But with the troll horde approaching, what choice did he have but to use the crown's power? Grunk shared a secret passed down through generations of his people. The trolls had once been guardians of ancient magical artifacts before greed and darkness had corrupted them. The crown was one such artifact, a tool created by dark elves to wage war against the light. Its power came with a terrible price. Each wielder eventually became a creature of pure shadow, their very essence absorbed into the crown's dark metal. Together, Thorin and Grunk formulated a desperate plan. While the crown's power might be necessary to defend the Shire, they would need to find a way to break its hold before it consumed Thorin completely. The troll remembered an ancient ritual, but it required something rare and precious, the freely given light of an elf. As the troll horde approached, Thorin used the crown's power to prepare the Shire's defenses. He taught other hobbits to use shadows as shields, to hide their homes from unfriendly eyes, and to send messages through the darkness. But each use of the crown's magic pulled him further into shadow. His skin grew pale, his eyes darker, and his voice began to carry echoes of ancient battles. The night before the trolls attacked, help arrived unexpectedly. An elven scout named Erener had been tracking the troll horde and offered his assistance. When he saw the crown upon Thorin's head, he revealed that he was one of the few remaining light-bearers of his people, carrying within him a spark of the ancient starlight that had awakened the first elves. The battle that followed was unlike anything the Shire had ever seen. Thorin stood atop a hill, wielding shadows like great wings, turning the trolls' own darkness against them. But with each victory, the crown's power grew stronger, and Thorin could feel himself slipping away into shadow. At the battle's height, when the troll chieftain himself charged toward the Hobbit lines, Grunk and Erener began their ritual. The elf freely gave his light, a glowing essence that flowed like liquid starlight, while Grunk chanted in the ancient troll tongue, words that spoke of breaking bonds and returning darkness to light. Thorin felt the crown's power surge, trying to maintain its hold on him. In that moment, he understood the true nature of power, not the ability to command darkness, but the strength to resist its temptation. With the last remnant of his hobbit nature, he reached up and tore the crown from his head. The resulting explosion of light and shadow sent the remaining trolls fleeing in terror. When the darkness cleared, the crown lay shattered on the ground, its pieces no longer glowing with that seductive purple light. Thorin stood, changed, his hair now streaked with silver, his eyes holding both shadow and starlight, but he was still himself, still a hobbit of the Shire. In the years that followed, Thorin, Grunk, and Arryn remained friends, an unlikely trio that symbolized the possibility of understanding between all peoples of Middle-earth. The fragments of the crown were sealed away in specially prepared boxes, divided between hobbits, elves, and reformed trolls, so that no one people would ever again bear the burden of its power alone. Thorin returned to his life in the Shire, but he was never quite the same. On dark nights, shadows still seemed to move at his passing, and his dreams were filled with ancient memories that were not his own. But these were small prices to pay for the wisdom he had gained that true power lies not in the ability to command darkness, but in the courage to remain true to one's own light, no matter how small it might seem against the vast shadows of the world. And if sometimes, on quiet evenings, the hobbits of the Shire would see their hero sitting with a thoughtful troll and a shining elf, sharing tales and pipeweed beneath the stars, they understood that some friendships transcend the boundaries of shadow and light, of race and realm, bringing together the most unlikely allies in the defense of all that is good in Middle-earth.